Hello everyone, this is Jersey Lee Z, you can call me Lee. And here it is. I'm finishing up this case all in one go today because I've had enough of this theater kid. I'm assuming that this court section is the final part of this. I imagine it'll be split up into several sections, but I imagine this court session is going to be the last one. I swear to God, if it goes for a third day, I'm done. I'm done with this game. Hello everyone. Paint-related joke here. Hell yeah. Jesus! Natsume jump scare! What the hell? We're gonna talk or what? This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mrs. Zato. And you'll be here with me forever. And you'll never leave. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Brother. Ah! A good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. We're talking about your case, brother. Thought about something since last stream. Remember when at the end of AA, Cody mentioned how he saw the person under the pink princess costume and was revolted? Oh, yeah. Well, I was under the assumption that Oldbag was only hired for that one show because Mindy was sick. But I guess she's just kinda the usual go-to when there isn't anyone to play her. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm, even though you were not calm at all. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today! Why, naturally, but that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death! Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for! That's why I had my eyes shut! Who, initiates conversation with a person whose eyes are firmly closed? I, missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. This is me every day. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. Yeah, I don't think there's so much inner calm as there is outer sweat. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland. Dude, we did check up on you. We just needed to, investigate. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yeah, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. Like the entire thing, all at once. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Oh yeah, he's gonna book it! Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. Did he forgore? He forgore. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. I think he just forgot. I'm gonna be real. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis! Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Maybe Saseki'd like to pretend to be a cat again. Perhaps. Maybe that one experience awoke something in him. His inner furry. A defendant and your legal representative! The trial's about to begin! Make your way into the courtroom immediately! Okay. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. Ugh, I've kind of had enough of this guy. Where's his tragic backstory? And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end, that's all. What is it about this case that Sholmes didn't want, like, outed, you know? I wonder. Because, like, I imagine there's some stuff, there's, like, sus stuff going on with the names that are mentioned in that Morse code message from before, but, like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like anyone in this case is relevant. I've had enough of this fucking jury, bro. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Long live. I'm sure she won't ever die. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial, even though, you know, one of them is explicitly involved. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to stay. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Girl. Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me and please be as ruthless as you'd like. Dude. What a sub.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves.
I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems. You could just, like, say that. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Maybe we'll all die. Who knows? Okay, now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. Oh, like, I fully read tea as, like, gossip tea for a hot second there and did not realize they meant literal tea. So he does have the results. No shit. It's been a whole day. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. Sanguine? Sanguine? In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir! Thank you, sir! As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analysed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, that tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
Oh, what a revelation!
As I suspected. You know, honestly, I'm surprised that it went our way for once. Also, is every single gallery person wearing a hat? That's crazy. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here. Whoa! You loud as hell, boy. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What did your ex do to you, bro? Wearing a hat is a sign of NPC-ness? Yeah! Yeah, I guess so. Like, none of the mains really have hats, huh? Cause, like, I mean, Trucy's got a hat in, like, proper, like, modern-day Ace Attorney. Hobo Phoenix had a hat, but, you know, he was kind of delegated to mentor. But yeah, I guess they gotta show off their anime hair, so they can't be wearing hats. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? What?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. In fact, I was swimming in the ocean just yesterday. It was very cold. It's winter.
Shut the fuck up. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Well, if there ain't dude. Like, if all the poison, like, what's his argument here? That he poisoned the bottle, but, like, not all of it's poisoned? You're crazy, brother.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yeah, sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
A bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
I wonder if we'll ever see Susato in drag again. I've had enough of this guy. I hope he's guilty of his own poisoning. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh, heaven, oh, hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Interesting he's using Nipponese instead of Japanese. It's because he's being racist. He's saying that comparing poison with another liquid is as useless as to compare the water of the Thames River with the ocean. I mean... No, I think... Because, like, that's the tea that he gave him, right? So if there's no poison in that... I don't know. It doesn't seem very logical on his part, but the judge is, you know, a sucker for the prosecution, so whatever, I guess.
Yes, but as it was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. Japan's real name is Nippon, or Nihon, but translation ship made it so it's Japan here. I mean, yeah, like, I think he's definitely saying it in like a mocking way. Cause like, they called Japan, Japan, you know? Even back then. It's just that he's like, oh, I know you. I know you people call it like Nihon. But like it is also read as Nippon in certain circumstances, so I think he's definitely doing it in like a mocking way, saying like the Nipponese. Anyways, fucking theater kids.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given.
I don't think you would want I don't think you would want a room full of gas, brother. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice cream so tight a secret, didn't you? Oh, you should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting of my tail.
I guess she's a bee?
Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
Two theories for the English version of Nippon. One is that it came from China, and the other is that it came from the Dutch, which is more likely. Yeah, probably. Like, English has a lot of weird names for countries. Like, Germany is kind of crazy, considering they call themselves, like, Deutschland. And even in Japanese, like, they call Germany fucking Deutsche, you know? So, don't ask me how I know that. I used to be a fucking Hetalia fan.
Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
What are these animations? I want to meet the person who came up with every single one of Shamspeare's animations, and also the weird horse animation that the first guy had. Because I have a very sneaking suspicion it's the same person, whoever came up with these, and I just need to talk. I just need to talk, brother.
Objection!
I wonder how many megabytes of animation this fella has in comparison to any other character. Probably a lot. Probably a lot. But there was no poison in the tea you found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. I do so love hearing the sound of my own voice. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
Aww. I just hate him. He's so punchable. He's so extremely punchable.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
I already know how to fucking, like, disprove this one. It's because Soseki's fucking teacup didn't have a tea ring in it, which means it wasn't sitting in there. Like, that tea is, like, was emptied, brother.
Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the mills of soap.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Have you poisoned many people? No comment.
Quite. Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Okay, then where the fuck the bottle now? The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
And sirs, madams, and those in between, or those even beyond, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause, I have naught to lose.
You know, wherefore is a funny word, because for the longest time, whenever Juliet, like, I would see a Juliet say, like, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Like, I just thought she was asking, where the fuck are you, Romeo? But she's asking, why are you, Romeo? Like, why are you him?
Well,
I do declare. Germany's called Germany in English because of the Romans and the fact that they called the region north of Danube Germania. Interesting.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Let me move my mouse. The tea. Japonais.
Hold it!
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct?
I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? That is the question. Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the first D. Just say it in normal, please.
Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering.
No one else speaks like this. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine-flavored brew. Though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth.
Okay. Sure, whatever, man.
listen to Mr. Shamspear. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
He was recovering from being poisoned, so... either that, or I'm in worse form. Shit.
That fated evening, after I did dine, at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Like, what is it? I don't understand. I don't get what these animations are, man. My cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so.
You do kinda look foolish. I'm not gonna lie.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice? Aha!
So, if you were thirsty, you would drink poison? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem.
Why doesn't he just stop being poor?
Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest of pleasure, my liege.
He's too weird. Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. This is what I have to refute, but I'll press. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot.
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain, I did follow the fellow's cup. I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt his blood from a gaping wound, methinks.
Wait, what? Oh, so you used it to make coins, and then you knocked it over.
Though certainly 'twas after I'd made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There was no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yeah, of course. I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? Nah. You're crazy, Naruhodo.
No, I'm not sure that's it. You might be a little stupid.
I might be a lot of stupid. That's it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. When he departed by and by, did he use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice?
Hold it!
Yeah, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice.
Feels bad, man. I feel it. Yeah.
Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. It just is one that hasn't made money quite yet, but I'll get there. I'll get there, I swear. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the rules?
No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this. Legal task.
Oh, I shall not run, I shall not hide, I shall simply show my back, and kind of plead. A sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this— wait, what? What wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with a shoddy shirt in her back.
No, this shirt cost me 4 whole fucking dollary dues. It's time for a Shakespeare dance.
He just, like, dances to Panic, I guess.
What a harsh world we live in.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Oh, what a roast.
Consider that a warning, counsel.
What'd I do? Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? He's the one Shakespeare dancing, bro. Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago.
Happy B-Day. It's tomorrow. Yeah, that's why tomorrow's stream is the only one that starts late.
Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soup.
Hold it!
If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time.
Once ensnared by literary debates, not else be found in the furrows of the mind. I ain't got nothing up here.
The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? About who is the stronger of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea that I wrestled with, as I wrestled with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. And I debated with Kazuma a lot.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? That's kind of sacrilege. You're sentenced guilty. My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea, ought I tepid be.
What?
Ah, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I guess. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today... There's a man dancing, and he's, you know, the guy that I'm saying is the murderer. Or, I mean... Like, auto-murderer? Not really suicide, but like... You know.
It feels as though everyone is against us, Mr. Naruto.
Must be the Reaper's position.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty.
Really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. It's this one. Ba 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 ba. Na 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 presents. Nah. No tea ring, bitch.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible.
How? Chop logic.
What?
What is this, ye darkly clad fiend?
The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible?
What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's clearly a visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains also all too readily such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a good while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean! And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
That he didn't fucking leave it. Just leave it there, brother. You're lying. Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. Exactly. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea, highly caffeinated, in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours of tea was left standing.
But,
Dude, give it up. In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court.
Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
Nuh-uh. I don't want that. As a rule, I filled my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Is that true? I feel like you've filled it more than 7. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet, on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. Do you need to see, like, AA, man? On the contrary, this is my therapy. They illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now, when I made it the fuck up.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician.
Bruh. Just a moment. Just gotta attend to something real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm back. Just had to attend to something with my fam.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. Because, whatever you're saying makes sense to me.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
No the fuck you didn't? You just suddenly remember now that you made a mistake before? A mistake. You've suddenly remembered something that the prosecution just made up? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, it's completely fucking true. Oh. Took a while. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. The limit does not exist. No, fuck. Shit.
What does this mean, then?
I do declare. It means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night.
How do you afford to eat out, man? Like, with your fucking budget, I imagine that you probably only have enough for, like, old vegetables.
Naught did pass my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. Oof.
As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth.
I want you to be guilty so fucking bad, dude.
That be one thing, and this be another.
Stop convincing the jury, brother.
Jurors, all your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord! Oh, my lord, if I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman?
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. You're just salty that I, got you in trouble. By me?
I do declare you may be right.
We all know that the wife? We all know the wife there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. and we won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No. You can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Come on.
Guilty.
What?
Guilty.
You too?
Guilty.
Bitch! He's literally stealing your gas. You're taking his word for fucking grant. Why? Why? You of all people, Miss B.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day.
I hate you. I hate this. Do you see this? I hate this. Look, Van Zeeks hates this too. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Oh, very well. You're very pushy about that, you know? Literally no one else has done it for the past, 50 years. The court upholds the defense's right.
Ugh, typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. There it is.
Miss B. Miss CEO. Why we gotta do it like this?
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Oh, I'm definitely pitting you against her, bro. Cat fight! The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. I think you should leave your wife. I think your wife is trying to poison you.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Bruh!
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
Again, I don't know why she voted guilty.
Bruh. But never mind.
No. You really should mind. Like, fucking most of these are not relevant.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped.
It really kinda was, but they pulled some bullshit out. I think they bribed her, bro.
And Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
But that's surely almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be fucking killed. I'm gonna be real, man.
Will be found guilty.
People still, they still do, gallows shit in this time period, I'm pretty sure.
And no delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Fine. Look at him in the background. I hate this bitch. I hate him. My rubber. I'm a man of logic, me. All the evidence, you say? Oh, that's right. And there's no room for doubt. Let's all point to that Japanese man with the big mustache. I'm sorry. You cannot be saying his mustache is big. Mr. fucking Mutton Chops. Like, you have a whole, like, Wario-ass stash across your face connecting your mutton chops. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means that we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
Only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the men would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
It's like 3 pennies, ma'am. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money?
It's not quite how it works, ma'am.
It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
Okay. Like, if you think that air can, power your fucking stove, ma'am, by all means, disconnect yourself from the fucking gas. Bitch. This isn't the time or place to be ruthless, either.
If I might interject here.
Yes, madam.
It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. Bitch. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man! That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. Have you been paying attention, ma'am?
Are you fucking stupid? No. Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. Have you been paying attention to the proceedings at all? Or do you just want to see a man hanged? I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm proving.
Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Listen, lady, that might be true, but that doesn't mean that, my client is guilty, bitch.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Oops.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas do you think, sir? And do people have to work for you to enjoy your air or your gas? No one worked for the air, so it can't be taxed. Yeah, exactly. Like, this ain't the fucking Lorax, ma'am. The air is just there. People gotta do work and do the, refinement and shit and all of the upkeep for the pipes and the fucking meters and the whatevers, ma'am. What the narrative nonsense?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you want to fucking die? You are surrounded by women. The chance of you getting poisoned tonight is very high. You take poison?
What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Yeah, but I think poison is a very much slower and more gruesome way to die. If you explode, if you die on the spot in an explosion, you're just dead, And I imagine a room full of fucking gas would just kind of kill you instantly. Oh, goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. Except for certain kinds. We can power shit with oxygen itself, but it's far more dangerous. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's explosive as shit. I speak for the air, and it says frick. Don't we all speak for the air? We breathe that shit in and we breathe it out to say words. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all! You know what? Not guilty.
Young lawyer man.
Yes? Can't even breathe from hearing this court. Sounds like you need some air. You might want to buy from O'Hare's Air.
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
I mean, how much are you paying, ma'am? Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Are you guys all, like committing gas fraud?
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? Can we please talk about the fucking poison?
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now. Haha, you get it? Because she's a bee.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that, A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
I mean... How many people die from, like, gas leak explosions compared to, like, the people getting electrocuted? I think people get electrocuted way more, right? I mean, granted, we don't really have direct access to our gas pipes anymore, and we do have direct access to forks in sockets. So, it might be a little unfair to compare, but she's kind of cooking. She's kind of cooking here, chat. At the start of gas connections, not as much as we have now. Yeah.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates that contend with us on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Oh. Madam, this isn't Star Farm, so England doesn't make its own electricity naturally. Yeah! Listen. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. Ever seen a full 2-story house obliterated from a gas leak? No, I haven't, but I have seen people electrocuted. Really makes you think.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
Huh.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? They take it from the fucking pipes. It's not that hard. Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert the gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes. And take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. I want monopoly!
They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we've always had to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Sir. Nothing to do with the weirdo dancing for his life in the middle of the courtroom. Yeah, I mean, he's dancing to take away someone else's life, but yeah. Something tells me this guy is committing gas fraud.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself while, excitedly animating myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I was just thinking, man, that's a pretty fucking good idea. Maybe I should start gas fraud. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see? Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and you know what he did? Afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. I forgot to make this guy British. Whoops. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there.
Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to a pipe network.
Yeah, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Huh. So, what you're saying is that, like, Garadeb's testimony as to, like, the time shit is wrong? Like, it's not accurate?
I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker.
The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. What a disaster. Wait, is the gas leak theory true? Wait, Natsume actually has a fucking gas leak, bro.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. Basically disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe. It's possible that extinguishing lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Before music killed the radio star, gas-powered street lamps killed the candle-powered street lamps. Yeah! Do you mean video killed the radio star? Video killed the radio star.
Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps...
Yeah, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that...
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Pretty much fucking everyone knows. Do you think you could do it in front of customers and then, like, them not talk about it? It's kind of fucking weird. Rogues that try to diddle us? Hey, yo!
Very well, juror number 3 will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although, I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yeah, all floors are connected with to the same pipe after all.
That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties.
Well, I had no idea it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe.
It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even.
That's so. It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Oops.
Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps...
Yeah, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. He actually has a gas leak. That's how you accidentally blow up your house. If you leave the oven on, it builds up with gas. Turning the lights on can cause an explosion. See? Turning the lights on, electricity. It's the electricity company's fault, baby. Gas companies did nothing wrong. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Hold it!
You need to divorce him. Or divorce her, sir. You mean it's poison? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. Brother!
This is most troubling indeed. Why the fuck are you still with her? You crazy bitch.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. If that's sugar, sir. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. Oh, it's salt. You fucking dumbass. Not fucking poison.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. What the fuck do you want from your wife, dude? Like, you two need to break up.
Let's move on, please.
Okay, so that's filler.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Does that mean if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning?
Hey, sorry, what's that now?
Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on that night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot in the kettle that's appropriate here.
Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have said anything about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
That's a shocker. I'm gonna be real. I suppose. The trouble is...
He has a selective hearing.
Exactly, but still. This juror may very well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Unfortunately. Ugh! This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. Ugh, hold on. The British voice has got me sniffling again.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspear was really poisoned.
I'm crazy.
We have to prove that it happened some other way, not via Mr. Natsume's teeth.
Yeah, I know. The trouble is, I've absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Oh, like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something if someone else says.
I did!
If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
Once again, Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. Probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. Perhaps I ought to let Susato-san remind me. And again, no need, I already did. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible.
Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide...
I guess this is the first cross-examination of this game, the second half of the game, that has, like the pursue thing, right?
But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. I don't need it, though. I'm a man of logic. Can I pit you against her? Reason why is because all light switch creates a tiny spark every time you turn on your lights. Yeah. I'm aware. It's just that, you know, it's funny. It's funny.
Objection!
I guess not. Actually... They're fundamentally at odds with one another. My lord, he's fucking stupid as hell! Wait, what do you mean? I'm the leader, and it's my duty to stand up for all the jurors here present, and I think this man is stupid as hell. Counsel, I warn you, I shan't abide by any pettifoggery. Till you got your facts straight, keep your pointed fingers to yourself. I thought I did. I did! Ugh. Inconsistencies and... Yeah, I did! Ugh. Comparing the different things they say before attempting... I did! Hold on. Oh. That's what this position is? It's not him getting, like, you know, pushed up against the wall, for lack of a better phrase. It's him, like, bracing up so he can blow into the fucking pipe. Is that what's happening here? Interesting. Context? Do you need context for this? There is no context that makes this look any better. Listen, a man is pushed up against a wall and he's blowing some pipe, alright? What do you want me to say? It turns out he was blowing pipe and not receiving pipe. Yeah. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. What exactly do they want me to do here? Blow too hard into a gas pipe, you extinguish everything in the house, then you're in real trouble. I know what happened here. He blew into the pipe and Suseki's fucking lights went out, right? Like, that's why he would, like, wake up to it being cold as shit every morning. And also why he's hallucinating ghosts. I guess this?
Objection!
There we go. Okay. We dare not judge what people like to do in their free time. Hey, I ain't judging for that. I'm judging because he's a theater kid, alright? And that is an offense punishable by death. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Pretty much just as much as the last pair that I chose. But you know what? I'll take it.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, Counsel?
Juror number 6, do you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Hey, what? Yeah, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
I love his tiny eyes. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a matter of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. And it was pipe, sir. He's really got his mouth on that pipe. I'm gonna get banned off YouTube.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe, why the fuck would we check that? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
Oh, what a piece of work is a man!
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspear?
What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange?
Scotland Yard be doing crazy shit anyways. Yeah.
That is what I say to thee, sir.
What the fuck are you talking about? Speak normal English. Everyone else here speaks normal English. We are not in the Victorian era, asshole. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it in another way. The strychnine could have been put on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Oh, they tasty then, gas pipes. Is that what he's saying? No one's paying attention to anything being said in this trial.
Good lord!
Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Ugh, poor people.
Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, hmm? Perhaps an actor would, though, considering the pipe he was blowing. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is the Victorian era. Fuck me. Elizabethan. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Son of a bitch. I literally don't know history. Don't bully me. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall, in order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it. Okay. Placing his lips to the pipe that feeds it is certainly a phrase, Van Zeeks. Like, you could have just said his lips to the gas pipe. But you had to say the pipe that feeds it? In order to have placed his lips on, to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspear put his lips to the pipe. Although, like, just look at him. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspear's been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. The pipe that feeds what, man? Bazooka juice? Never say that in my chat again. And I have the evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again Mr. Shamspear stood in front of his gas lamp. Christ on a stick, brother.
Take that!
What in the...
These are... oh, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin Prints Council? I've never heard of such things.
Van Zeeks is gonna be like, actually, we don't accept Sherlock Holmes' fucking science bullshit in this court.
The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspear touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. You know, I'd like to operate on that man one day. Just see how his brain ticks. I'd probably forget my scalpel in there, though.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
Huh. I guess he is just straight up an engineer, huh? He's just a very fucking bad detective. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspear also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. And listen, I don't fucking judge. But, I don't know, man. I feel like you'd hit your head on that lamp pretty hard. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed. Multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
I feel like Van Zeeks is just gonna be like, how do we know that it wasn't you that, like, placed those handprints there, you know, to, like, frame the fucking victim or whatever. At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of the pipe that feeds you. In front of,
I don't believe it. The gas lamp.
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. And you know, honestly, if it's for the first reason I thought, good for him, you know? He's still really fucking sus and a theater kid, but like, good for him, you know? Right, what have you been up to, you nut?
Can a man not enjoy some pipe once in a while?
I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement. What, me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all of the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspear were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crocky!
Oh, are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to?
Objection!
He's like, nah. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I simply had to speak up, because this shit's stupid as hell. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
Yeah, but you didn't accept that in the last fucking trial that I used it in. The blood shit. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Fuck is your deal with him, dude? Listen, he's stupid, but he's not, you know, malign. Ugh. Why are you so annoying, man?
Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But
Please, my lord, if I may.
Mr. Zato,
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
ooh, get fucking loopholed, loser!
And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
Oh, fucking fine. You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare that the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about these shady handprints.
Nice! Naruhodo summons Mike Meekins from the blood dimension. No! No, why him? What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait, you heard his lordship. It's not...
I don't give a shit about you, Mr. Foreman. Fuck your shit.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. And, you know, your actual knowledge of the letter of the law.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This was very much your success.
Oh. See, he's guilty as shit. Why, Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure. Mr. Sato hard carries this guy, for sure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it.
Very well, continue, counsel.
I'm a man of logic. I ain't having any of this shit.
I'm very interested in the results of this great detective's investigation of the scene.
We're the ones who decide if the evidence is worthy of consideration or not. Us, the jury. Why are you still saying guilty, bitch?
I don't believe in breaking promises. We can't come to a decision while so much is up in the air.
Considering all the evidence. I don't know what I would pit up against each other. Like, none of these... Do I press this again?
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk about gas, gas, gas? Because I never technically finished her fucking things. They steal it. Okay. What a brazen form of theft.
We always have to check whether whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable.
It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed.
I don't know, man. I feel like Billy Mays could tell me anything.
Thank you, that will do.
Wait, that's it?
Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already.
I concur, though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much! You're so nice! Ha 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 ha. I guess that was nothing, huh? The tea your wife serves up for you.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Okay, it's not letting me skip this dialogue, so I assume that something's changed here. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. Listening while driving? Oh, be careful! What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Hi, Billy Mays here with a special TV offer. I'm about to squash that fat, foppish founding father. You could sell literally anything to me, man. And besides... Yes? Even if the fella's been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. I guess. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait! Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? Now it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this. What? Like, why you gotta bring fucking nationality into this, dickhead? Please.
Mr. Naruhodo, if we can substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof that I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspear really did blow down that gas pipe on the night in question? We got testimony. No, in truth, I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony! This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadeb residence that night. Namely... Okay. It's either Garadeb or it's Natsume himself. I'm leaning towards Garadeb because why would they believe the defendant? You know, the defendant would just, like, lie. You know? Because I know Garadeb was watching the lamps, like, all the time, right? So he must have known.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, fuck. Damn it. Does that convince you? I don't know what the hell you just presented at me, boy, but I don't give a shit. Woo! Don't think he was listening.
Rest assured, Counsel, I shan't let such nonsensical answers go without penalty.
Fuck me. Listen, how am I supposed to fucking know? I thought they wouldn't believe the fucking defendant, man. Ah, thought I got away with it.
The witness who spoke about the gas on the night in question. Yes, there was someone.
That's what I thought too, but I obviously chose the wrong person. Yeah, because they both talked about the fucking gas. How am I supposed to fucking know?
Hold it!
Stop yapping so I can present the fucking profile that I want to present this time. Please stop trying to convince the other jurors to vote guilty, cause I really wanna get paid this time. He has no money. This is pro bono. What's that? Testimony? Ain't no fucking way. Fuck.
Take that!
There we go. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. He only talked to a Gyaradev when investigating, not in court. I guess. But, like, I feel like both stuff that we learned in the investigation and the stuff said in court should matter, you know? The defendant. At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose. Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Because he lost. He lost the fucking fight. Ooh, I'm dramatic as fuck. I can't take a loss standing. Mr. Foreman! What the? Oh, what is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have any conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree that there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah! Fucking fine. Whatever, bro. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
God fucking damn it.
Mr. William Shamspear! My lord, how can thy humble Shamspear serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. Like, honestly, I think I would remember sucking on a pipe like that.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? You keep killing people in the gallery. I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5, I'm fucking killing you right now. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall. Raw, thick, and rusty pipes. Rusty and raw for sure. Thick, I'm not so sure. But he sure was blowing. Remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yeah? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Well, I guess you can just get away with murder back in the fucking Victorian era, huh? I didn't think of that.
In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
'Cause he lost the fucking fight! He's petty as shit like that! There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is... to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler, now that we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Natsume.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. Wait, what? I don't get that. What do you mean? I guess because the door's closed so you don't really see the light. Whatever. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. It'd freeze to death in no time. I mean, there's that, and also... explosion. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant.
I wasn't trying to kill him. I just wanted him to hallucinate a little.
We're joking that Shamspear is secretly gay. Secretly? 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 Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious! Have you seen this man's drip? The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? No light switches back in the Victorian era, so explosions by gas-filled rooms weren't much of a problem, unless you lit a candle when the gas stove was on. Yeah. I mean, we literally saw candles in fucking, what's-his-face's room. You know? It's not out of the question. And let us indulge your fancies for a moment, and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? I don't know. The person whose letter was there? Could it be Miss Olive Green? Trying to, you know, do something about her lover that looks like her sibling? Natsume would have extinguished them when going to sleep. I guess, but like, they've established that, there is some kind of, like, connection between, Natsume's room and fucking what's-his-face's room, right? Like Shamspear's. So he could have taken that passage, like, left a lit candle there, and then, like, blew out the stove, and then gas would build up, and then he would fucking, like, explode the place, right? Keep in mind that he had to resort to the gas, so all of the gas-powered appliances were going out. The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest?
Naturally. The sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspear may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. No. Nuh-uh. That's not true. The defense's counsel, theorizing, has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Fuck me. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Shit! You know, the theater kid is mighty fucking quiet right now. For a man that loves the sound of his own voice, you'd think he'd be saying more shit. How'd he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? He's a man of good words.
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
Shit. What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean, name the true culprit? At this point? Shit.
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
Already? Like, I know, like, logically there's only one other person that it could be. And that's, like, Olive, right? But, like... I don't know, man. I wouldn't put poisoning himself, like, out of the question, considering he is a theater kid. They were literally doing Romeo and Juliet, bro. Maybe he was like, oh, I'm gonna kill my lover and then myself. Because that's how Romeo and Juliet goes, right? One possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence. The poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Oh, what? Oh, don't you worry. Oh, we know exactly... I love how, like, stone-faced Van Zeek is every single time we do that flash cut to him. There's one other person who I believe this could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit!
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. Actually, they're first-rate because they're extremely fucking popular. Third-rate is kind of true, though. He's kind of stupid. But why not? Famous last words. This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Is that what your ex did, man? Like, listen, don't bring your fucking bedroom problems to the courtroom, alright? Thank you. Jesus. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green, Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Oh, you know what? It's because I went to Olive Garden yesterday. That's alright.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The one in the Peter Griffin death pose. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. Sorry. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. He was found not guilty! Don't twist this, dude!
Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green! She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. But I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious, but she could have fucking applied it earlier, you know? So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Oh, good gracious, she had poison?
And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. What is her fucking breakdown gonna be like? I can't imagine. I can very much imagine, what's his face? Shamspear having a breakdown, but her? I don't know.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspear. Ah, my lord, pray what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. Oh, you're so fucking tsundere. Thank you for giving me a chance. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green. Ah, I want unlimited breadsticks.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope. Maybe.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
To be continued. Now, we're finishing this fucking case. Which would you rather have? Breadsticks. Unlimited breadsticks. But no breadsticks. Or no games. But unlimited breadsticks. Man. I'd have to go for unlimited breadsticks, but no breadsticks. I'm gonna be real.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
You just say words, huh?
Oh. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Chums, you're quite late. You're quite late, brother.
Oh, airlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent!
Dude, don't make it... You make it sound like your tea is poisoned! I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful!
Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. No, we kinda expected this, man. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow for once I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Yes, ignoring the fact that you were quite late.
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried.
Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder?
And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. He's a genius. He's so fucking smart.
Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Yes, people die when they are killed.
Oh. Yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all night. And the results. By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness.
Shocking. Haha.
And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Yeah. I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method.
Susato has her reality checked every single fucking day.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah!
Yeah, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to...
It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine.
So I was right.
Perhaps. Though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
Sholmes, did you lick the fucking bottle? Sholmes, did you lick the fucking bottle? Please don't tell me you licked the fucking bottle. Could I have a word? Holmes?
Oh, could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come! Forget it. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Don't just, moonwalk out of here, man. Oh, he moonwalked back in.
I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
Look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. Should be long now, though. Now I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article that we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room?
A man by the name of... Ah, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fella's file. There's something in there that... well, caught my eye.
Something that caught your eye? What, Inspector, what?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you. Capital offender's file has been entered in the court record. What we got here?
These documents.
18 counts of burglary. Holy shit. 6 counts of suspected murder? Brother! Died of natural causes while in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of the convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He's been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out. Huh. Natural causes. Listen, when you don't know what the murder method is, it's natural causes, alright? The Earth wanted him dead. 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains uncovered. I mean, he lived in Natsume's room, right? Is it possible that the fucking loot's there? Underneath all of his fucking books?
Include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court records so we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in proper fashion.
Aww. I love you too, Gregson.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe?
Look, I just don't want to be bowled into a lawyer, that's all.
Why? What's your fucking deal with lawyers?
A counsel for the defense and the defendant! Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
Jesus, that was a fast hour.
Well, I shall leave you then. Goodbye. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. I'm going to pass out.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in floods of tears, personally, so the best of luck to you. And may he leave after this.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Yes, Mr. Natsume?
It's time, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is gonna be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. I believe in you, Ryunosuke. He says to himself.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Jesus, how many fucking times, man? Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, I'm fucking bored. The prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you. I'll fucking take it, man. I don't care that you're even looking down on me at this point. And for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zieks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in.
Why is she painting? They just let her up here with an entire fucking easel? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only, patron of the arts. Or, legally unemployed. That I be a tragic victim to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling.
I still don't. I forgot what voice I gave her again, bro.
I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. Hey man, do not fucking bash the arts. Just because you're a fancy lawyer who went to fucking law school. I bet you went to fucking Harvard. Fucking piece of shit. Just because you passed the bar. Alright. What's a coterie? I don't know what a coterie is.
Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant.
Oxford? Probably, yeah.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to the courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain.
Oh.
He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? Please say yes, please say yes, please say yes, please say yes.
I don't know anything about any poisoning.
Yes or no?
And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
What? Oh, green? How is she prickly?
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
Isn't that in direct contradiction with what you said before? Like, didn't you say that you passed by that place because your fucking lover was there?
Yes,
Having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gerardib household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, though no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
At this point in time, All that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodging is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no!
That incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful incident? No, I was wondering why the fuck we still had this. Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
Huh. We started from here and now we're here again.
It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
That's sus.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
What are you painting? I want to see.
Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine.
When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And he did show up during that case, yeah. As suspected, there was nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord! Here we fucking go again, baby! Talk to me. 5 p.m. you were walking along, we were going to suddenly stab you back. I'm well acquainted with the case. Sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your waking. Ended with your awakening. And should now be forgotten. Because it's not helpful to my case.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodging.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road. which is some 10 stops away from the scene of the underground. From the scene on the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well,
She be shaken. Girlie, your brushstrokes are gonna be bad if you're shaking like that.
it's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it, might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. It makes for a depressing painting, and that kind of painting gets big money.
Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide what she was, why she was there that evening. Must mean there was a reason for her, not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
It would be my pleasure, sire.
Tavern on the eve of which thou speakst.
Hold it!
The tavern, you say? Which one? The same one he keeps mentioning. The snail one.
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. There's a jewel in the East End, and cheap as hell.
And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
Oh,
It's true. The menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
Premium crusts of bread? I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush. Ugh. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once.
what's wrong with that?
How different can water really be? Oh, very. I mean, it doesn't really taste that much different, like, if it's the same temperature at least, but, that foreign water, it do be making me sick.
Or perhaps there's there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on this day of all days, he dined at a place that he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. I bet Shamspear likes that one British bread called Spotted Dick. That is such an interesting name. What? So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about, strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look.
You mustn't be tempted to try it.
Of course not! As long as we don't lose this trial. Dude, that's dark.
No! Even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
Make your mind up, Susato-san. Dude. I don't think I have anything right now. Wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamsphere went there, we must present it to the court.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that is all on the matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement.
Having some spotted dick while he blows on that pipe. Yeah, British people certainly are something, huh?
It was the first time I'd been to that area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
What's the matter? Haha, do you get it? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back, and now the rat's about to die. That poor rat! He died for the truth! From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
I'm sorry, hold on. Duncan Ross. Hold on, I need to hear that again. Please, Miss Green, tell us more about the note.
I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can tell you. But I can assure you it's unrelated to all of this. Completely unrelated.
The truth is, you went out that day because that's what the note told you to do, isn't it? The instructions were for you to come to Briar Road at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I didn't think I should go at first, but then I thought it might be a good opportunity to see what the East End looked like.
Very well, if that's your final word on the matter, continue please.
Hold on. I would normally pursue it, but like... I just need to hear that again. What? What?
Excuse me.
Like, truly something out of a fucking, like, MOBA game, honestly. Like, what? What? You know what it sounds like? It sounds like a fucking, like, Hearthstone minion death sound. Mr. Shamsphere, do you have something to share with the court? I too would finish the press before pursuing. Oh, it's not even about finishing the press. I literally just wanted to hear his noise again. What?
To be or not to be, that is the question. Ah, pray, forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought.
Oh, don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I thought I would it was so, but sadly nay. Lodging may be a lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Now that I can get a good look at the smarmy bastard's face, I can say with confidence, I hate him. Love his design, hate him. Same. He's so punchable, you know? Like, I hate him, but, like, I love to hate him, you know?
Miss Green.
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before containing the note, do you have it upon your person? That is evidence, you know.
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. Whoa. The envelope's been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that.
What is it?
The way the envelope's torn, I'm almost sure I've seen this exact same shape somewhere else. And this exact same color. And this exact same texture and pattern.
Oh, you don't mean? Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto?
Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Whoa!
They go together perfectly. The torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
No shit. Who'd have thunk it? It's Duncan Ross. How does he know him, though? Oh, I guess, yeah, they were lodgers together.
Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Hold it!
Yeah, yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly, so how can I have anything to do with it? And yet, you still hold me in here to court like this, honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning,
wrong fucking voice. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? Dude, people don't have to be in the room to fucking poison someone. Are you stupid? Like, dude, do you understand how, like, lead poisoning works? It's not like the worker that put together your Stanley Cup. Like, it has to be in the room to fucking poison you. You know?
And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit?
Well, I am...
But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it.
Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final.
We're really up against the wall here.
Shit. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there.
It's worked out well, hasn't it? You have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
Yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Although it usually works out, you know? Can I read the fucking letter? The envelope that contained the note to Miss Green and the torn off evidence. Yeah. Same letter. Can I... Something doesn't quite add up here, does it? Can I read the fucking letter?
Hold it!
Present evidence. Mr. Shamspear.
Yes, sire.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst.
Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... shit. Am I jumping the gun here? Because this doesn't technically say anything about the Slug and Salad. Right?
Take that!
Oh, okay, cool. I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
A green card? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Oh, I fully forgot that it just mentioned that. I wish you could read the fucking note on the letter. Whatever, man. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... my lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Humpst. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar notes.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Hold it!
Okay, that's cap though, because we found the fucking piece of the torn off envelope at the fucking scene of the crime, bitch. I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though.
I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was?
Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight.
Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers. Yeah, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Cause she got stabberoonied.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! You pursued Mr.
Oh, you already said that. Cool. Ah! Now I gotta present that shit. I gotta prove that. Fuck me! Please stop praising me, Susato! I need to object, Susato!
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note... Always had trouble with compliments. Shush. Upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. Oh, shit! What do you mean? I'm not cute. I'm cool. I'm stylish. Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it just so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Shit! Where'd you find that?
Where'd you find that, son? In Mr. Shamspear's room. In my room? Haha! Oh, what a coinky-dink. I'm always ripping letters of the green variety in there. Mr. Shamspear. Do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well...
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? He's like, oh, prosecutor man, please save me. And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. Oh. I was under the impression that he delivered it to her. Because he had the fucking... Okay. A green litter usually means I would be receiving a pipe that feeds. Please, God. Anyways, like... I was under the impression that he delivered it to her. She opened it. She went to his house. And like... I don't know, accidentally dropped the end of the letter and then poisoned the fucking gas lamp thing. Poisoned the pipe that he so loves to feed from. You did what? Sorry, thou... Wait. You did what? Sorry. Thou hast what? You I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It's so painful watching these two try to pretend that they've never, like, they don't know who the fuck each other is.
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
What is she painting, bro? She's been painting this entire trial, bro. Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
I mean, I don't think she cares. She tried to kill herself, like, yesterday. So...
I know that you don't want my pipe that feeds, Miss Green. And you have no pipes at all. Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
like, he has information on Selden, right? And Selden is the guy that killed Duncan Ross. And so I would assume he's the one who told her that I have information. So I'm assuming he delivered it to her house.
I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Everyone's lying. Everyone's fucking lying.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Aha, faith, it is so, my lord. And I would swear to have it set upon the table in my humble lodgings. Oh. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid my eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, if it appeared that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. What happened to believing women?
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist. I'm just a fledgling artist. I'm only a level 1 artist. I don't have any good loot. Why are you persecuting me? And as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie.
What?
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar is around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to just say what happened, that's all.
She's a fledgling artist, guys, I think. Like, I think she is an artist, but, like, something makes me think that she's kind of new at this.
It's your job to give the explanation and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
Okay, well, excuse me. I have a whole game under my belt, alright? Granted, you know, the last case hasn't happened yet, but whatever.
The fledgling will do his best.
Huh. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel...
I'm ready, my lord. And thank you for the vote of confidence, Van Zeeks. It's very rare of you.
Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that.
Yeah, but I think it's the order of operations, the order of events is like different here. I think she was delivered the note. She went to his room, accidentally dropped the end of the envelope, and then poisoned the lamp.
And that's how she acquired the note.
Also, she would have had to know that he blows into the fucking lamp, right? So I have a feeling that they actually met up in his room. Yes, 2 facts that are starting to lead me into a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one.
I do remember now, it was a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me.
Hold it!
Let me drink some water. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable.
Then why the fuck did you go to the slug? To the slug place, dude. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
To an effect. Alack, if choices be twixt, I knew him. If the choices be twixt, I knew him and I knew him not. Then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Green walks into Shamspeare's room and see him blowing into a pipe. She asks why, and he's like,
Oh, this. Well, I love pipes that feed, if you catch what I'm talking about.
yeah, he's just practicing, you know? Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature?
Marry, not will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
Least of all me.
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared.
Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Sure.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night in the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to an almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread.
Wow, so fancy. So rich.
And all around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sire, flies.
Oh, that's sad.
Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Call me the Lord of the Flies. Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me. Oh, Titania!
I think they were just flies.
I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Damn. Susato's like, you don't even deserve the flies, dude.
Therefore, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts now occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. Like another new Shakespeare dance.
In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts now occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shakespeare's room. It was before. Brr.
Yes, yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
I don't fucking care about you or anything. I just want the truth. And for my learned Nipponese friends to eat shit. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's what Van Zeke's getting at? Is he, like, helping me? That's crazy, bro.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
To poison him? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Dude, it's so fucking meaningful. What are you talking about?
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of that note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
Again, I don't think that's how it went down. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes! We should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough.
I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
That's not true. There are plenty of extroverted artists.
Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet, I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song, the wind doth frolic on my wing.
Sure, man.
Oh, pity. Wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
What is this? What is this move? Van Zeeks wants to ask Naruhodo out. He's taken! He's taken by a man that is currently comatose from all of the Pop-Tarts. Although maybe he's woken up at this point, but he's still, you know, he's got a little bit of amnesia. Kazuma's coming back. Like, Rinosuke is taken, alright? He can get back with his fucking Japanese ex that he so readily despises. Like, I don't care, man. But, like, seriously, what is this fucking dance? This is some dad dancing, honestly. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Oh, damn!
tragedy. Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Look at him go. What is this, bro? What is it?
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. I can't witness this going on anymore. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Sato. Nor am I an artist. You know, I'm not an artist to the point that I would be extremely disappointed if any of my descendants ever got into art, you know? Now, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes.
Oh, is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamspeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yeah, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. I don't get it. That note was delivered to me. The note was delivered unto me, and the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Well, why would I? As for the torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it. Why would I? I guess because it relates to Duncan?
Objection!
No. Fuck. My lord! She's fucking lying!
No, the fuck she isn't. Well, have you considered maybe she is? No, because I know I'm not fucking wrong here. You're a fucking dumbass. Fuck!
Hello, chat. I don't know anything about it, she says. This one?
Objection!
Fuck! I don't know what the hell they want from me with this one, man. I think we save here.
You have the fucking devil!
What do they want me to do? I don't know what I have to do here. A week ago per adventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad eat, nobody came. On the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. Long hour. What? What is this? I don't understand. I don't get it. Am I dumb? What am I missing here?
Hold it!
Even after waiting an hour. Like, I have a feeling that the whole, like, meet me at 5 p.m. thing is going, like, has something to do with... The 5 p.m. thing, I think I'm going to have to, like, tie to the Your Books receipt. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. $4.45. I don't know what you want. There's nothing left to say. 2 weeks ago, per adventure, that note was delivered unto me. I mean, it talks about knowing the truth about Duncan Ross. But, like, why would they deliver it to him if he already knew, maybe? Because he knows about fucking Selden, right?
Objection!
I don't fucking know what's happening in this game. Ah! You think I snuck into this man's room? Leah the Miss Queen did in fact break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. That's where she found this letter. Two more or less foregone conclusions that led me to one terrifying conclusion. What's the conclusion? Tell me! Terrifying? I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Give me a hint here, brother.
Hold it!
Nay, sire.
Hold it!
Okay, usually they say something at the end of, like, the sus statement that's like, this one's sus. Yeah, this is Lord of the Flies. This one seems like meme. Yeah, that one just seems like meme answer. Wait. Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. And he's like, you are sus also. I'm not gonna fucking defend you, bitch.
Hold it!
I don't understand. She's like, oh yeah? That's crazy.
Objection!
Why would the witness have done that? I don't know. What if there was another reason she broke into the lodgings? Okay, that seems like the sus one. You think I snuck into this man's room? Why would I? Because of the file.
Objection!
I'm gonna fucking die. Because of the letter.
Objection!
Fuck! The statement contradicts the evidence! No. To poison him.
Objection!
Oh my god! Really? I thought we were proving motive! Oh my god, bro. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of your meeting, a small quantity remained. Ah. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear. We didn't bring that up? I thought we already brought that up. Oh. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison. Yeah, but how would she know that he does that, though? He's like, what?
Can this be? You broke into my room to...
It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me! Can you show us the painting, please? There's nothing there! She didn't paint shit! Her brush is dry.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Were we not assuming that? No panty shot? Yeah, of course not. But like, were we not assuming? I thought I already made that clear! That's what I was pushing this entire time! What do you mean I have to say it again? I'm fucking mad. I said that already! Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, And the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, maybe he didn't do that day. Very good point. Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would have likely chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at the time. Lord Van Zeeks, you're helping me? My god, it's his Case 3 Edgeworth moment! But in Case 2 of the second game.
And of course, the following morning there was more activity in Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Yes! You mean this fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe, for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
Oh, and he wouldn't have done it while Natsume was in jail. Right. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. Also, he had no reason to. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. Chronologically, this is Ryunosuke's third trial in London. Yeah. Like, he had the fucking la-ti-ta-ti-ta, fucking Irishman, not fucking Maguire. What the fuck is his name? McGilded! Holy shit. Maguire. Yeah, the fucking la-ti-ta-ti-ta, fucking... Oh, you're not gonna be taking my lucky charms, are ya? Fucking McGilded. And then we had Natsume's first case, and then Natsume's second case. And then, like, 2 months in between. And then, Ryunosuke has, the, Egg Boy case. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Shit. Mary!
There's nothing on her canvas, bro! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock. Oh, she lured him out? That's crazy. And that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. And then people just don't fucking lock their doors, I guess? What?
To make sure I wasn't home?
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter?
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Oh, I didn't even notice she's on a box. Dude.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
He's a shorty.
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Ms. Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. You know, there's one thing I still haven't fucking figured out. And it's that one picture we got of Soseki Natsume getting choked out by a mysterious figure that, like, with their face, like, fucking scribbled over. Like, I was assuming that it was a gas leak, and it still might be, but I feel like it has to be more relevant than that. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Duncan. Oh, of course. Duncan.
Duncan Ross.
Wait a minute. Question. Oh, a month ago. Okay.
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague. Oh, of course, yes, I remember now. I also, judged that trial. I'm the only judge around, honestly. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Oh!
She's like, and I'd do it again, bitch. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you? Duncan was.
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé? This is just like my Shakespeare works!
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Marry?
Well, it's a little more relevant saying it this time, huh? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? Yeah, and I'd fucking do it again.
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel?
Yeah, I fucking do.
Each on different counts of murder?
I'm going for a double or nothing, baby. Double it and give it to the next victim. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. Aw, fuck, I thought you were on my side now. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Girlie, come on. We already caught you. Let me just take this guy to prison. And then, you know, you'll get a lighter sentence because, you know, he deserved it. He's a theater kid. Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
That's fair.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room.
And so what? He's not dead, huh?
If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Bruh. Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him.
Well, I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, violence, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundity of woman.
Hey, that's fucking fat-phobic, asshole.
But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the door, the locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh, she straight up just bust in there, huh?
Oh, awfulness, oh, awfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman.
That's better. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Hey!
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box.
Empty tin box, so there was something when she was there. Definitely.
Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
I was wondering what the key was for.
Oh! What are you doing with that?
You didn't fucking notice it on her neck this entire fucking trial, dude? You're fucking blind, dude. What the hell? Oh, is that the fucking key to the treasure? Or whatever? Fucking Selden's treasure? What the fuck?
Every ounce of color is drained from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it!
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? From whom?
No.
What's all this about? He inherited that key from fucking who? Selden? How? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute! Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness. Chill out, dude. Jesus. You're peeking the mic, dude.
So Mr. Shamspears tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? Whew. I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. Here we fucking go, babies.
In that case, counsel must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes?
The file.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? How the fuck did you get this? Ain't no way.
The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Thank you, Inspector Gregson. We love you. Mwah.
Selden?
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here.
1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. Fucking dramatic freaks. He says, slamming his leg on the table. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot. Perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Oh! You're the fucking cellmate? Oh my god, they were cellmates. Oh my god, that's where he learned to blow rods! You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
Because he left the treasure there, dumbass. There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot.
My god!
So, it all comes out. It's all coming out now. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, He made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Ah,
Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. No wonder he thinks the place is haunted. Holy shit.
So you now decided to... you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict.
You...
Oh. That can't...
Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. I shoved it up me arsehole to get it in here. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare.
I'm sorry, your legal name is Shamspeare? That's your legal name? I guess they have been using it in the court of law.
It's mine.
What? Oh, what did he just say?
It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh my god.
Hello? Mr. Shamspeare? I think the gas leak got to him, bro. That's crazy.
So lies! I don't accept any of it! Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Did you really think I'd just give up?
There's no question in my mind now, this man is fucking evil as shit, guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by
The idea of that loot. I think there was a gas leak in his room also. He blew too much pipe. I think he sucked that pipe, honestly. I think he inhaled all that gas.
I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way. Literally just get the jury to say he's guilty. That's it.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No!
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. I'm sorry. Have you seen how many fucking books are in there? He must have unveiled something. Also, Wagahai probably knows where it is, because Wagahai can travel between Natsume's room and And fucking Mr. What's-His-Face's room.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
They searched before Natsume moved in, that's true. Well, they didn't search hard enough, alright? They searched fucking... Like, these are the same people that searched, Shamspear's room, and they didn't find the fucking hidden floorboard with the shit in it. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Wagahai! My lord!
Yes, Counsel.
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to where its whereabouts. A
Kitty cat!
Oh yeah, and there's a... No. The cat Flap-O-Mat isn't until, the Egg Boy case, so that, like, the hole in the fucking... the hole in the court doors doesn't exist yet. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Wait, what?
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hole?
What? I think we can save the game. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall? X marks the spot. It's on Briar Road, baby. No. No, what have you missed? Quite a bit, honestly. It turns out the theater kid was poisoned by an art student, but he kind of deserved it because he killed her fiance, so... Hiding place of the deceased convict's hall. The Seeker gun? But, like, do we have a... Like, the skin print, do we need... We need a fucking skin print to detect, right? For the skin print seeker? Suffering by fever, lived by shots of a fellow cellmate. Already dead before capital punishment was carried out. The skin print seeker
Take that!
gun.
If I'm not mistaken,
I mean, the music stopped, so that's good.
those are Mr. Shamspear's handprints on the wall of his lodgings in a very conspicuous, position.
That's right, my lord. That's where he was up against the wall, blowing into a pipe. exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective?
Oh, wait.
Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
You are... you are one to talk, man. I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspear. Ha ha! Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself!
What are you doing here, great detective? God, I fucking hate you. Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long! Also, I'm here to support my friends. I just kind of got bored in the gallery, so you know. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Hold on just a moment, folks. Okay, we're good. Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Zieks then. Well, enough to say something like that in any case. Oh yeah, I guess we haven't had him interact with Van Zieks yet.
Mr. Sholmes. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
No, that's kind of gay. No, I think Van Zieks' like ex is probably some Japanese guy.
If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord.
Can you call them something else? It's highly unsettling as a name.
My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gaspipe activities. Okay, can we, like... Phrasing, people! Can we please use phrasing? Do we not do phrasing anymore? First we talk about him blowing the pipe. Then we talk about him, you know, like... I don't know, man. like the pipe that feeds him. Now we're talking about his gas pipe activities? Bro. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. Like the key that has been touched by 7,000 other people? In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary! So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as the sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Saseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Present a person? We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? She's got the key, dude. The great bard is nothing without copious innuendo. True. Much ado without nothing is just about, you know, well, like no thing or nothing back in their times, like Elizabethan times. meant something that a lady had. Miss Green!
Me? What do you want with me?
Look at his face! Oh. The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on the surface that we can use that surely haven't been, overwritten by, everyone else who's touched the key's skin oils or anything. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Whoa! Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. Only 2 other Shamspear and Olive? Yeah, but, that's still a lot of skin oil. They've had it for, how long? If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. I wonder how Natsume's gonna feel about us spraying this, skin print solution all over his books, huh? In that case, yeah, I did it. I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No, give the key to me! The detective shan't have it!
It's over, Mr. Shamspear. I do need to let you guys know that when I do, Shamspear yelling, I am spitting fucking everywhere. I'm not spitting in the metaphorical fire sense. I am spitting spit fucking everywhere.
No.
No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt and die in prison. Loser!
Whoa.
Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! How did he do that? Bro, mid-air canceled. How did he do that? What? Oh, he took his stupid hat off.
I'm poor as hell. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all.
So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rents, for one thing.
Ah, poor. Mr. Garrett really has a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing.
And 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No. The scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. Which is surprising considering, that case happened because people weren't fucking... they didn't want to do their fucking job.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, the action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be, that is the question. And you decided to be a fucking killer. Dumb bitch. From Shakespeare's... from Shakespeare's Hamlet. Act 3, Scene 1. Oh, you're a theater kid! Theater kid alert! I mean, we already knew that. He slams his leg on the fucking table, let's be real. Well, let me tell you in your case. It's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Holy shit, lady. That's why I tried to fucking kill you. Yeah, I admit it. I put the poison there. She says, standing on top of a box that goes up to his knees. So are you gonna admit it now? At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. Oof.
There's spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
I'm sorry, hold on. He's your fiancé, you have spare rooms in your house, and you don't invite him in? You let him live in the shittiest fucking apartment for how long?
No, I'd better not. We said, oh my god. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, then I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road.
You know what's crazy? I just realized, like, I don't know how accurate it is to the books, but I did watch the BBC Sherlock adaptation. And the Hound of the Baskervilles, which is the case that Sherlock Sholmes does not want anyone to know about, that, like, Iris wrote the manuscript for, but he's like, you can't publish that. In the BBC show, like, the Hound of the Baskervilles is just, like, a dog that... It's just a really big dog, but, like, it's a really big gas leak that makes people hallucinate and get paranoid. So... Is that why this is relevant? Is that why the gas leak stuff is relevant? And is that why Sholmes doesn't want this case to be spoken about? Like, I have to know, because, like, what about this case would he not want to be publicized? I know Saseki Natsume has that, like, there's that picture that Natsume has, that Natsume, like, recalled, where he's being, like, strangled by a shadow figure. But, like, is that a gas leak thing? And why does Sholmes need to keep that hidden? What is with gas leaks?
I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him.
and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. With the what? This place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem, that's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? And you didn't, think of, like, warning the man? I don't know, man. Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. Everyone pretty much knows. Publican, the person who owns or manages a tavern, the keeper of a pub. Ah, okay, quick. So, like a tavern keep, basically.
A rumor? Oh, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems. Literally fucking everyone knows. About how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. I guess that was her trial, right? Like, if he puts his mouth on this gas, on this like gas pipe, if he blows this pipe, then he deserves it. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you can really buy anything you can think of there. I kind of just asked Google, where do I buy strychnine? And then Google was like, oh yeah, like just head over. Google is like a guy, to be frank. He's just this really knowledgeable guy that stands in the middle of the, Central Park, In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Okay, that explains why she had the strychnine, because I was like, ain't no fucking way she got that from a hospital, bro. Why would they just have that in a medicine cabinet? That's just poison, dude. That's not even medicine. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. Central Park, why aren't we in London? Shh. Shh. There's probably a park in the center of London somewhere, alright? But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected. William Shamspear. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough to, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter. Man, what an easy man. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done. And that, and it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done. And that the culprit would get his just desserts. You're kind of metal, lady. I mean, still attempted murder, but, like, you're kind of metal, lady.
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Hey, you were kind of helpful this time, Van Zeeks. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. That's kind of gay, sir. I'm kind of taken, but I appreciate it.
The judge is like, I can't believe gay shit's happening in my courtroom. And nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord?
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know. I'd do it again, though.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and probably be hanged, I don't know. And the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be, or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. That is the question.
Yeah, but like, no matter how hard I wash my hands, the blood... I don't know how Macbeth goes. Sorry.
Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green. Just, you know, so I could have gotten the entire truth. Because otherwise, he would have just gotten away with it. And my client would be dead. Oh! And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison.
Out, you damn spot! Yeah, there it is. She kinda crazy. Like, Mrs. Macbeth kinda crazy.
For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. I mean, I did choose death of him, but, you know, that was before you talked to me. And now you've made the truth come out at last. You know what? Good enough. Really. Can't thank you enough. And you know that he's probably gonna get hanged, so that's fine.
Oh, Miss Green.
Are we gonna get that, like, loot or what? And who gets it? Like, the government? Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Sorry again. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty! Woo! We did it, y'all! Woo, 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 woo! Pa, 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 pa. This is not safe. This is a fucking OSHA violation. I don't think OSHA even exists yet, but it's an OSHA violation. Court is adjourned. Bye. Time for Soseki to yell in my face. There he is.
Oh, yes. Yes. At last.
Divine justice duly done! I mean, justice doesn't start with a D, but that's like close enough. I feel like you could have done something else though. Like divine duty, like divine, I don't know, there isn't really a fucking synonym for justice that starts with a D, I guess. Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. You're such an asshole, Sholmes. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire,
Once again. You've saved me from doom.
Very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume, again, for the second time in a week. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. Oh, books will never betray me.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? And then I read your entire catalogue. Quite a good, collection of books you have, sir. You did. I've seen more of life in this wreck than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. We're just English people. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way. If only fucking Van Zeeks would feel the same. He's still pretty fucking racist. Even if he does help out sometimes.
I've made a decision to... I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan! This place is scary as shit!
What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Did he do a fucking yaw? Did he do a fucking cat paw pose? Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
And you will. Because you're also gonna get booted back to Japan. Because your dad's gonna fake being sick. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious. From a battle with the Reaper. That's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes! Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, you got me. I'm doing it because I'm fucking scared as shit. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Objection! And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Shit. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotobo was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. Oof. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot, hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Are we gonna see it now, or... Okay, we are. Time for some fucking treasure!
Oh, well done, Mr. Shones. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Oh, hi. Hi, Gregson. He's angry.
Rexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth.
He's a little pissed off that he has to babysit you. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hole. What is that? Fuck is that? A collar.
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
A collar? It's huge, though. Oh my god, this is for the fucking hound. This is for the fucking hound of the Baskervilles. This is relevant, bro.
And look at all the gemstones set in it. It's so very pretty.
Oh, there's a bee, too. This is the hound of the Baskervilles fucking collar.
I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Is it that fucking big? I know you're tiny, but...
Oh, have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains?
Blood. That's blood. You don't think, they could be blood, do you? I mean, quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
And of course there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think? Sholmes is gonna fucking know.
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color's drained from his face. I can't really tell, he's very white. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Haha! Could be valuable evidence after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot! And hand it over now! The Hound of the Baskervilles. I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. They really have been blood?
Guess I'm not getting a new belt today. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris. You didn't really show up that much in this one.
I am, because I'm starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. Oh, but then Sholmes is gonna be like, no. Can't write about this one, sorry.
The mystery of the knife and the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? What is your deal? What is your fucking deal? What's the deal with Selden? And why do I still have the... I don't have access to the court record anymore. Why do I still have the fucking, like, book receipt? I never used it. It's driving me crazy. I still have the map. I still have the book receipt. Why do I need it? Why did I need it? I thought they would just clear out my fucking inventory between the cases. Ah.
Yes.
You sus as hell, Sherlock. Sorry,
and so
Herlock.
It was
Oh,
that the
fuck.
second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Why are you British? You're like one of the only fucking characters I don't give a British accent, dude.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand.
I guess it's like British Japanese.
I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
It's mostly British. Why?
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
The fucking Crystal Tower, shit. I've been waiting for this, baby. Aw, yeah, baby. There's our end. You can't see it because I'm blocking it. But there's the end. Woo! Done in one! Alright. Save. The return of the great departed soul. He's fucking back, bro. He's fucking back. I swear to God, he's fucking back. Kazuma is so back in this fucking case. I swear. I swear, bro. He is back here right now. Anyways, let's go back here. I'm glad to get this case over and done with. I was getting sick of that, like, theater kid nonsense. I say this as theater kid adjacent. But I'm glad. I'm glad that that case is over because next case, Kazuma's coming back. I swear to fucking God. He's alive, and I'm so sure he's coming back. Eventually. Listen, we never actually saw his body. We only saw him lying down on the ground. This is not copium. I know I'm right. He's too involved in the plot, okay? Okay. I'll be back with The Great Departed Soul next week. But tomorrow is my birthday. So I'm not going to be streaming until, like, later at night. But I'm going to be doing a Zatsudan yap session about Homestuck. So, if you want to hear the insane ramblings of someone that hasn't actually read Homestuck since it ended, be there on Twitch. And I'll see you all there. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.